Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Alright. Sounds like I'm good. Let's see. Okay, I got everything ready, I think. Alright, looks like stream is a go. Hello everyone, my name is Moody Guts Gamer, and today we are playing Limbus Company again. So, story-wise, last time we were here, we finished Kanto 9. We resolved Ryoshu's story. Lots of tragedies occurred, lots of character deaths happened. I'm still sad about Araya. And we got to take down all of the nurse fathers. So now we're going to be moving on into the story into Intervallo 7, the Twinning Threads, which has something to do with the ring, apparently, from what I understand. And yeah, I think we're gonna meet up with the ring furries here. So let's continue on. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. Oh, damn. God, it's crazy to imagine the amount of losses that happened in the last chapter. It's quite devastating, not gonna lie. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mercel, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been into funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts. I know this is supposed to be a serious scene, like going into the funeral of basically like hundreds of people, but like, or at least 100 people. But like, just seeing this just makes me chuckle a bit. Like, read the manual. Ishmael and her manuals and pamphlets. The fuck is that thumbnail, dog? I couldn't think of anything for a thumbnail, so I was just like, why not just turn me into a furry that's asking for help? Also, welcome to the stream, Mew from the Mew Cafe. Oh, Mew from the Cat Cafe. Glad to have you here again, Zero. Oh, sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Damn, that much highlighted? Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Oh, bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophius Association notarization otherwise. Ah, God. Really? Man, this game... My cat's meowing. This game's really good at opening old wounds, isn't it? I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Oh, so that's how they interpret Kathy's death. Josie! I think my cat's about to be in heat. She yodels like this whenever she's about to. You wanna be on my lap, Josie? Come on, Josie. Man, she does not want to come. Alright. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Oh. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remembered. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there was something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstance of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No. Well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Josie! Cálmate! then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Oh yeah, the sweepers. God. Man, we just started the Intervallo, and like, I'm feeling pretty gloom over the city and its culture. Like, people don't really hold proper funerals. They just leave the bodies there and let the sweepers, like, sweep them up. Like, goddamn. No time to mourn. All just for the sake of working for a corporation. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthetics. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for the sods to later desecrate it. Fuck. Man, even if you have a proper funeral, like, it's not even worth it? Fuck. Not even the dead can chill? Yeah, honestly, not even the dead can chill. Fuck. Is cremation not an option? I mean, it could be, like, it could also be, like, a thing going on in the city, like, maybe, like, it's not worth it to just burn the bodies to ash. And maybe only the rich can afford something like that, I don't know. That's just my speculation, though. To be fair, you'd end up as bird food later down the line anyways, so yeah, true. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they would lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Fuck! Oh, that is so fucked. Damn. Man, the city fucking sucks. Like we've been new, but goddamn, the city sucks. Like, even if you have a funeral at H Corp, it's probably gonna get sent somewhere else in restructuring. Fuck. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Odios says foolishness, all of it. I don't even know what that word means, Hohenheim. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. Damn, you just noticed? I mean, I've been new, but it's just so much more fuck that you can't have peace even when you're dead. You know? All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Knowing Hohenheim, it's definitely the latter. That's how he dealt with that's how he coped with the death of, what was his name? Johann? Joseph? I can't remember. It's when, something is odious? Okay. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Oh, so they are getting burnt, huh? So I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Welcome to Limbus Company. It sucks living here. Gregor came to his senses a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. It is very concerning. It's still concerning even if there is no cause. Because of the chance that, like, he would go, like, berserk again. Like, he was a monster. But then again, like, we had, like, only three guys against him. So maybe if we had the 11, he'll be fine. Inside you, there are two wolves. One is gay, the other is gay. You are gay. Truly, I am gay. Physically, that is, the psychological assessment turned it up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat for the time being. Oh, is this gonna be like a chapter where we can't play Gregor? That might be the case, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifest, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Yeah, dude, you're just getting experimented on. It's nothing. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Nice static noise? What? Okay, I don't think I hear anything. You scared me for a second. I thought, like, my thing was getting staticky again. Bro, that haircut of Don Quixote is low-key chopped? Yeah, true. Kind of, not gonna lie. What? Okay. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! Wait, no, he looks a little more angry. No, I am not giving you my consent! For your for your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research of and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Oh, man. And we allowed them. And wait, and had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you can do is... so the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. See you later. See you later, Sinclair. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out of the funeral hall. After paying their respects, it wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Hello, Bob the Filth. Welcome to Limbus Company. This world sucks. Clockhead Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha, a fire girl, an anti-neck posture dude. I mean, yeah, that is some of the characters. You're gonna see more, don't worry. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. Yeah, this is the protagonist, by the way. For those who are new to the stream. I just started playing Limbus Company yesterday. Fun game, by the way. Yeah, it's really good. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. Yeah. Honestly, what she went through, jeez. By the way, that music that just played, that is from Limbus Company, to those new to the stream. Limbus Company! And that as well. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. What happened to the white spaghetti dragon? Killed it. Yeah, I'm still not done with the railway, though. The third section is really freaking hard. Or was it the fourth? They ate him. I ate the dragon. In more ways than one. So that was also post-game content? Yeah. It's really hard. Enjoy while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for paid time off submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true that your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Also, Don Quixote is a vampire? Yep, Don Quixote is el vampiro. One vampire. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for him. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye out on the researcher and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. For those wondering why I'm laughing, every sinner is based off of a book character, and Ishmael is based off of Moby Dick. So it's funny that she's saying fishy. Fishmail. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air out around with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa, in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Or a blood fiend, as they call it in the Limbus verse, yeah. Doesn't surprise. Don Quixote always doing or been the most shittiest things in the universe? Bro, just ratting her out. Dawn's nice though? Yeah. Yeah, Dawn's nice. She's just very naive. I mean, she got a little better after her chapter. But, yeah. Well, technically, Don's real name is Sancho. Don Quixote is her father, but, yeah. Yep. What? Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA? Says CH? Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? Oh yeah, also one other thing, no one can hear Dante but the sinners, the characters we play as. It's not like I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up, but I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment, before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? I still struggle with voicing Don Quixote. She is very hard to voice. Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Huh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Helena. What breaks with only saying its name? The silence? Yeah, I guess. Indeed. There is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded in my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's word, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. Sorry, it's just the thing that makes me laugh so much about Limbus company dialogue is when whenever they extend it a little too far, that like it could have been shortened to just this. But of course Hohenheim is too prideful to ask Faust. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present of circumstance is a welcome one. Yeah, these two hate each other. So easily manipulated. Yeah, Don Quixote is so easily to manipulate. If you just play along with her like heroic desires, she's easy to manipulate. Like the reception of the Black Silence, perhaps? Maybe. Also, welcome to the stream, Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Oh my god, it's the Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Holy shit. I just heard thy. Thy end is now. Judgment. The atrocities thy kind has committed shall not go unnoticed. Ultra unalive. Oh no, ultra unalive. It was simply that the irrationality it was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine and investigation into the back doors wait. Hold on, let me redo that part. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. Woo! We're getting Kira! She has regained consciousness. Yay! Kira is alive, even though she was cut in half last time. You know, as much as, like, the city fucking sucks in Limbus Company. You gotta admit, the medical technology is incredible. Like, Dan, you could be cut in half and you'd still come back to life? Like, goddamn. She's alive! Yay! She's alive! Kira, light Yagami! Ultra woke, ultra woke. Also, welcome to the stream, Basil. Glad to have you here again. Alright. I wonder how she's doing, though. Because, like, she got betrayed when she died. So, like, or died, quote unquote. So, like, I really do wonder how she's feeling about everything. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Doesn't seem like much of a quiet life. Yeah. We have life insurance with H Corp, K Corp amples. The medicine in PM is cool. Oh, don't forget the boluses, even though there might be drawbacks to that. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be a state of art. Yeah, it's definitely not a quiet life, and there's no such thing as a quiet life in Limbus Company. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technology to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original body of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the costs reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Reasonable, huh? Do I want to know how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Died? Finger wiggle. No, just cut in half. Faust is an S tier, hear me out? Yeah, a lot of people definitely agree with you. Not me, though. I think she would be a friend for me. Bob thinks 3 steps ahead. Yeah. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. What up, queers? Hello, Cassidy. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here again. No TV, no comic books. Just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help? Huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Over here, not gonna lie, worse than Intervallo, only saved by the boss. Alright. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. Why does Hohenheim look like a homeless dude? Well, I mean, when you're in the city, you know, that's most likely what you're gonna end. Unless you're like a big shot who ends up like working for an association, or like an easier association than Limbus Company, because Hohenheim has it rough. Basically, he works at the SCP Foundation. That's the best way to describe it. So yeah, he is tired as fuck. He does not have time to shave. Or self-care. I didn't ask for your help. To put it to use, I believe, is what I said. Wait, put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation cost of this room, even at half their current members. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its project income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Yeah, this time it's like technically not even a proper ally, it's just more of a forced cooperation. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out. Anyway. He's mean? Yeah. He definitely is. He does not... like, Hohenheim does not... what's the word? Hohenheim does not sugarcoat anything. If he's gonna say it like it is, and then he's gonna, like, just make it as brutally honest as possible. Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation is just the SCP Foundation? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I kind of forgot what Kira looked like with her coat unzipped. Yeah. Also, welcome to the stream for Now Forever. Glad to have you here. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are y'all on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. Oh, Jesus Christ, Hohenheim is being very scary right now. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance themselves from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. That is the most passive-aggressive threat I've ever heard. Yeah, basically like, listen, I don't want to do it, but we don't want to do it, but we definitely could use extreme measures. Like, damn. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That, too, was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead... The LCE had just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in the thoughts when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard he got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's... not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Oh, fuck. That's such a sad way to view your father figure. Like, damn. Or biological father, I'm not sure. Huh. Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't sound ridiculous even to you. That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still a family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Huh, young Ryoshu, could it be that Ao has also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what's exactly your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or else SYNC, right this instant. I don't know what CQ means, but she's definitely threatening to slit her neck clean. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely. right this... Jesus. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go. Isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty axe straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? God, that hurts. Like, SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Straight for the gut. Yeah, honestly. For those new to Limbus Company, Ryoshu's daughter is who taught her the abbreviations. So, do with that information what you will. Everything I watch is Limbus flavored now. Was looking at a video on how to play Pumpkin, and after 2 minutes there's suddenly Sancho and Limbus references. That's kind of funny. Sadly, in Matthias's eyes, I doubt he even saw Kira as a daughter. She probably was nothing more than a temporary piece of entertainment for him until he reclaimed Ryoshu/Yoshihide. It's probably akin to a child who had a Nintendo Switch, which disappeared. So he's entertaining himself with a Game Boy until he finds his Nintendo Switch back. Fuck, that is a really sad way of seeing it. Hi guys, it's, whoa, Estrogen Burger. Hey guys, I think I found a glue. But isn't this really the right call? To her, we're probably the people she'd need to settle the score with. As if. Half of her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Oh, damn, I actually didn't consider that. Because she lost her lower half, she probably lost a lot of tattoos that she could have utilized. Besides... No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's 'cause... Well, 'cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah. You're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded? Come. You will find your weapon on the table. You may find it in the event of an emergency. Wait, you may use it in... Wait, you may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us. looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Alright. Wayfarer. Oh, we're bringing everybody. Huh. Okay, what team do I want to use? I mean, I could use Rupture. Wait, guys! We can finally do it! We can finally bring the middle! Granted, we can't play Gregor. So we need to find a replacement for Gregor. Okay, hold up. Oh god. Jesus. Oh no. You know, I am honestly so sad that Dimension Shredder sucks because now no one is gonna play D-Shredder Yi-Song. And I actually tried to pull for him. But I didn't get him at all. Okay, do I have anyone else with... I mean, I could probably use someone's, what is this one? Blade Lineage. Because Blade Lineage Mercil has, an envy counter. So we can probably utilize that. Oh, but he also doesn't have Electric Screaming. Fuck. What about this one? Nope. Crushbound Pass. AO title? What about the title? Oh, yeah, we're facing the Rings Furries. There's nothing more to it than that. Hold on, is there a... No, we won't be able to use the... Yeah, because there's probably not even... Reindeer Rodion either. Oh well. Maybe I can just settle for like 6 guys, or just Blade Lineage Mercil. Let's be honest, have you ever seen the nurse fathers treat their apprentices with an actual parent-offspring relationship? I think the closest we could ever get to that would be like the Ring Nurse Father. But everyone else is kind of like... It's either boxer and punching bag, neglectful father and daughter who's struggling because of it. I think they did that twice, actually. Seeing Sora and Rian. And I don't exactly understand the relationship between the Pinky and the Pinky Apprentice and the Nurse Father. It has the clear in 10 stages X, so it isn't a boss. Middle Mercil could work well. Yeah, but my middle Mercil isn't leveled, is the problem. Watch this right after beating it to compare results for the boss. Okay. Welcome to the stream, Abnormality Wa. Glad to have you here. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of The sight of hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless structure of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Random question: do you think temporal entanglement is a result of specific mental state, or do you think it would happen either way, independent of mental state? I don't fully understand temporal entanglement, so I don't think I can give out a proper hypothesis about it. I think it varies from person to person. Also, welcome to the stream, Flowerheart. Glad to have you here. Prithi, who might those people thither be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. Oh, hey, it's one of the worst characters ever. Oh. Honestly, I have a theory that mental state plays a great role in causing it. Possibly. Because Arya and Bladeshoe were in the same mental state before entanglement happened. Interesting. I don't like this guy, me neither. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna see who this guy is eventually. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, referred to it as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the managers and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Yeah, I already don't like this guy's face. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spill out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. God, why am I stuttering a lot? I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it's merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, so you're an interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Temporal entanglement itself is a lineage thing. It gets bigger when the strings holding you down are severed. Uh-huh. I got to trigger Audia's theme for the first time in this intervallo. Ooh, that's dope. Unfortunately, I cannot. I cannot do something like that because because I do not have all the requirements. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp Executives Director. Oh, shit.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening.
Hello.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Thank you for the raid, Scorched Trace.
Everybody, calm down.
Scorched Raid. Hell yeah, Scorched Raid. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, all of y'all. Hello, my name is Moody. Sorry, I'm spacing out too much. I play Limbus Company and Yu-Gi-Oh! And occasionally some miscellaneous games. Welcome everybody. So how were y'all? Oh, yo, hi there. Just here to raid and run. Alright, see you later, Scorched Trace. I hope you have a wonderful day or night. But yeah, how y'all been, everybody from Scorched Trace's, stream? What y'all did? I was going through Kanto 9 Part 3. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's definitely when Kanto 9 gets to be peak. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Just ended at the Roach King. Yeah, that... Nice. Oh no, hide the loot chat? Hide what loot? Huh? Also, sorry if I seem a little nervous. I'm still not used to raids. Anyway, you're cool, and I hope your stream is going well. It truly is. Thank you so much. Alright. I shall now be continuing on with the story. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. Robo-Unk. Yeah, I guess Callisto is a bit of a Robo-Unk, not gonna lie. From oh, that's the joke. That's actually very funny. Sorry, I just got the joke that Zero said. Hide from the loot chat and from the raiders. Yeah, because raiders raid. Yeah. That's actually very funny. Took me a hot minute, not gonna lie. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's a gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably all connected to the backstreet area. The back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. That face! What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Al. Jesus! Gah! I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge surprise attacks easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Hell yeah. I do not like Alan. Yeah, me neither. That is such... Like, I don't care if she pisses you off. That is still a very, like... unprofessional action. Not gonna lie. Like, fuck, man. He's so fucking annoying. Why? Imagine hitting people just because you don't like them. Yeah, like... What was that? Oh, what was it that Kira said? She said, "Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off." Like, even then, that wasn't something that excuses a fucking punch. Like, goddamn. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. This fucker. I want to stab him. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Would not be inappropriate in this case. Oh shit, Hohenheim looks like he's ready to go for the kill. What the fuck? Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled this situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk up scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibits a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinarioshu, give team leader Alan whatever information you have. I hate this guy more than I hate Rien, and that says something since I want Rien to burn in hell. Yeah, honestly, this Alan guy gives me the vibe that he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. And, like, doesn't seem to care about it. Like, fucking punching her just because she was mean to you? Like, goddamn, that gives like punching someone just because they are being mean to you gives me the vibe of like this is how he treats anyone who disrespects him. You know? Like, I don't know anything about his character, but there's some implication there. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But HNI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors literally connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for a Wayfarer company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with the connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Cineriyoshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon, an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling overfield operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Oh, shit. We're in Furryland. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. Here's Favis Gallery, aka Furryland. Yay, Furryland. I don't like that this looks like a whale. Furryland? You mean VR chat? Yeah, pretty much. Also, welcome to the stream, Madi. I'm not sure if I welcomed you before when you first arrived. So I'm welcoming you now. Punching a child because she was pissed off about someone questioning her more and more after she said all she knows says a lot about Alan. Yeah. I was here. I didn't leave, bro. I know, but like I felt like I didn't welcome you, you know? I think you welcomed me. Ah, yeah. I just needed to make sure. Sometimes I forget. But yeah, that punch really does say a lot about Alan, not gonna lie. Like, definitely shows what how he treats those lesser than him. Yo, what's up? Hello, Remember Catherine. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here again. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the whale from the 8th Association Great Lake. Special issue. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? I'm still purple? Hell yeah. It's good to be purple. Oh yeah, Freddy 5 Bear is purple on stream chat, but not on actual chat? Honestly, Alan reminds me of Valencina with the way he treats those under him. Jeez. No, they're not alive, but... Duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead, meh. Meh. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibes really hit. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horned display off the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred. Of House Tepesh. What is it doing here? Oh man, that actually... Whoa, that actually gave me some chills. Jeez. Because I recognize the name Tepesh. That's Dracula's family name. The eye, though, implies that only one is there. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that look as though they could have been stripped from from the human body. It's a gallery of the school of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro atelier at an auction house. I've been convincing people into playing others into playing Limbus, like a streamer I've watched for a while now, like years. Oh, nice. Glad you're convincing people. Reminds me of CG. I wonder if CG is gonna come over this stream. Alan. We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could finish his urgent transmission. My bad, I was trying to correct a spelling mistake, not seeing that, Lamau. It's like using the like that in a sentence. Oh. Ah, yeah, I get it. Oh, so the sentence you mean was, I've been convincing people into playing Limbus. Ah, yeah. I get it. That happens to me too. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. The furries! Oh my god, the furries! Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us.
Cassidy Cool says the twink must pay.
Oh my god. That's a big group of furry? The what? Yeah, the furries. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss that we can clear out to our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As the tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a particular bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves me right. Yet, yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernous, resonant howling. The what? The furries. So, remember that guy that I mentioned who used people's bodies as artwork? So, these guys come from the same syndicate, the same organized crime, except they're more interested in, like, combining themselves with animals. It's like advanced taxidermy. Because they're also gaining the powers from them, too. Kira is likely any other overly online person, honestly. I always love it whenever they add characters who are just, like, clearly, like, chronically online and just use a bunch of slang. It's also interesting to look at them whenever many years go by and all the slang is outdated. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. The Maestro of Furries, Benoit. Yeah. This group they're from is just about gore art. The group they're from is just about gore art. A group of them is more about animals than humans. Yeah, something about like trying to combine humans and draw the line between human and animal. And like decide what determines someone's humanity and someone's beastly nature, or something like that. From what I've heard. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of your hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. Also spoken as Benoit. Ah, okay. Benoit. I'll keep that in mind. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this on purpose to buy us time. Hear me out and on Benoit? Honestly, I get it. I don't agree, but I get it. Also, welcome to the stream, Elite Guy on YouTube. Glad to have you here again. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready?
Are you sure?
Sure about what? I forgot what I said. Young Hohenheim. The lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, and since glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was he was about to resort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. This is the first person that's actually saying Benoit correctly. I'm so proud. Thank you, Cassidy, on the Twitch chat. Yeah, thank you, Cassidy. I am not well versed with some certain names. When Don Quixote, of all people, gets serious, you know it's a bad situation to be in. Yeah, especially if they have an eye of a kindred. That implies that they tore it out. I don't think a kindred's gonna give their eye, like, especially a second kindred is gonna give their eye willingly like that. I'm wondering why Limbus is only gaining steam right now. Still, there's like barely any content on YouTube. Sometimes there's like 0 views on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know what that could be. Maybe it's because there's been like plenty of videos praising it and being like, hey, this is the best gacha game ever. I heard that was a really big clickbait thing that was going on recently. Funny enough, I was also thinking about making a video like that. But now I'm not so sure because I don't think it could stand out. Belgium is 49% French for a reason? It's not niche, but not niche anymore to be popular. Yeah. Now say Mersel. Mersel. Or, yeah. Actually, who was the one who corrected me on Mersel? I think it was because maybe I was the one who corrected myself because I was trying to figure out if how Mersel was pronounced, because it was clearly French. Limbus is a story game. If you experience the story, why you retreat it? My accent is real thick, so I can't correct anybody. Oh wait, did I miss what he said there? Faith is not something I personally dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Areashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling her that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. If you say it in the French way, it's Merusol with a hard French R. Mersol. 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 I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Ariashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not. Clock. Think of that woman as Leihang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Heartbreak? Did I pronounce it incorrectly? At the end of what? I don't know. I wonder if there will be any Aleph Ego or Ego Gear IDs in the future. Would love a censored Gregor or even a mimicry Ryoshu. I feel like Aleph level abnormalities might take a while, because we have to consider that those guys are like on a whole other level. Maybe near the end of Kanto 13, or maybe like in the speculated Purgatorio story. Either way, I feel like it's gonna take a while for us to get Aleph Ego Gear or Egos. Isn't there already an Aleph Ego Gear ID? I don't know. Do we have, we do have an Aleph Ego slot. Yeah. That is something that we've been thinking about, but, you know, Aleph is, like, really powerful and really dangerous. So, like, there has to be a specific time for them to come out. I mean, Hohenheim was rocking a Big Bird Ego suit. True. Wait, isn't Big Bird, like, Wah? Silent Orchestra Faust? Ooh, that would be crazy. Personally, first place ID, Personally, first place I think they would add Alephs to the game is Faust season. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Strongest Ego Gear ID we have are WoW level. I would love Judgment Bird. Man, I miss Judgment Bird from Lobotomy Corp. I think that's like one of my favorite abnormalities to work with. There's the Alruna. I think that's how you say it, Ryoshu. And I think something else. I thought Alruna was WoW though. Or was it Teth? I can't remember. Burb. Oh, that reminds me. I need to make an edit about the birds. Because they remind me of a certain character. A cut from Ariashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones. that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this gallery is of the school of Fauvism, and mine, the gallery of Émile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Ariashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Oh no. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock on the House of Spiders used to bind the Ariashiki no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. Oh boy. So the rumors of your mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. Justicia Ego Gear in 9 years, guys. Can't wait. Yeah. Honestly, I can wait for Justicia Gear. It looks so freaking cool. I love Judgment Bird. The wounds looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, do you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answer. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestros advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particularly liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments, that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and the crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? What brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promised material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into a long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse father, only primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. It is the first time that this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim.
Lucas, he says this next experiment will be very, very interesting.
Oh no, Gaster. I still don't understand what happened here. I'm assuming that a snake, a taxidermy snake dropped by, and then she shoved her arm into it to, like, get a giant snake arm. I'm assuming. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked out knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendages midway through its hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything more other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you inked quite the quantity of tattoos on yourself. Aha, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know! I'm already regretting it, alright. Damn it. They're deaf gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't shake off that opponent's killing intent. So the body chose to clash head on. Hold on, let me read chat real quick because a lot of stuff is going on. While Perkusnock in a few years gonna have an Apocalypse Bird as an enemy, that would scare the fuck out of me. I haven't even seen Apocalypse Bird yet, and I'm already scared. Yo, this line 6 finna piss me off so hard. Yeah, it's also pissing me off. Also, welcome to the stream, Viet Femboy. Glad to have you here. Make me crave Vietnamese food. I've tried Vietnamese food like a couple of weeks ago. It was pretty good. I don't remember what it was called though. Do y'all think in a few years we'll get Ungeister Kaiser identity? Coins go burr. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it could be Gregor's new bad end ID. This part really made me cringe, man. So the behavior facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut up, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from the sheath with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assumed a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Damn. Kiradon besties? Yay! I really want them to be besties so badly. I was really scared that in like Kanto 9 that they weren't gonna like each other. Don Quixote swearing feels weird. Yeah, honestly. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Fast, retrieve the organic remains of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, bearing her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You! Don't just stand there! Get over here, now! Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You! TTM! Want to get cleaved in half again? You pinned this on me... You pinned this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All back doors links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Hopefully we'll get a Bloodfiend ring ID to upscale upscale and revive the dead Bloodfiends. Yeah, I hope so too. I would really like it to be Sinclair specifically, because he doesn't have a proper bleed ID. She sweared? I meant swore? I guess she did. Kira and Dawn fixer meat writing competition. Don't call it that. Yeah, please don't. That can go in two ways. Fixer glazing competition. Yeah, that works. That works better. Bullcut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I called out the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Oh, okay, so I'm assuming that they were away, and we just had Faust, Don Quixote, and Ryoshu. Alright, now I understand. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Huh? Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me! Combat time, woo! Block super dangerous maestro attack, survives, gets surrounded by ring men, succumbs. Well, there was a lot of rings. Like, there's supposedly 10 of them that were just surrounding her. Maybe it would have been Akira Middle Dawn ID if Dawn didn't have an existing middle ID. True. They're pretty similar, Dawn and Kira? Yeah, they are. Alright, so this is just a chain battle. Let's see. Doot. Me when I use the funny purple team? Yeah, I've been wanting to use the funny purple team on stream all freaking for like 5 streams by now, I want to say. So now I finally get to use it. Yeah, because the previous streams it was just like the previous streams, it was just like, oh, you can't, because you can't have you can only have 4 guys. Oh, you can't, because you can only have 3 guys. And, yeah. Seeing double Kiras? Yeah, there's 2 Kiras. Kira! I ran middle before it was meta. I ran it when people called it a gimmick. Hi Moody. Hello, High Zenity. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here again. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're fine. Is it just me, or does anyone else find the voice acting for the middle Rishi kind of cool? Kind of off? Odd? I don't know. I didn't really focus too much on it. Other than the whole Violet breaking slam. I mean, I've been wanting to run middle since, like, middle Otis was announced. So I basically sharded myself an Ishmael so that I can achieve that. The newer middle IDs revived it and made it an actual team. Now we wait on a new Bloodfiend ID? Hell yeah. Middle Mur is so buns for not being able to use skill 3 on counter. Yeah, honestly. He doesn't even roll that high either.
끔찍한 일이 벌어지기 전에 제압했네. 잘했어, 관리자님.
The Elmer, cause purple counter? Yeah. You know, if I had the option, I would play Dimension Shredder Yi-Song, but I didn't pull him. And before anyone else says anything, yes, I know he sucks. Yes, I know he has less count than W Corp. I don't care. I like purple. Yield my flesh. But I can't claim the bones. Prime Don Quixote Delusions, a new Bloodfiend probably isn't coming in the near future, except Walpurgis not. That can literally pull any BS. Probably. I can kind of see that happening. Though I don't know that many Blood Fiends in Library of Ruina, so I can't really make any guesses other than Elena, but I think Elena's like a really powerful character, right? Don't spoil it for me, just tell me if she's powerful or not. But I think she's like a really powerful character, so I don't think we're gonna see her anytime soon. No, Shredder Yi-Song is meta. You are all wrong. The agenda? Yeah, D Shredder Yi-Song is going to help revive the charge team. He will be a charge team staple. Dimension Shredder did the Abno dirty. A goated Abno, but a hard meh ID. Don't worry, Dimension Shredder's gonna get an Uptie 5. Just you wait. Will be? He is. Yeah. I want to make a charge team, not gonna lie. It will take me a long time, but I would like to make a charge team. I've been waiting so long for Craving Bloodfiend Passenger and Violent Bloodfiend Passenger ID. Yeah, charge team is so fun. It's only the first floor, and impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. Rupture charge would be good, but the rolls are lacking. Okay. Ah. God, I've been doing too much voice acting. If you just listen to me and pick another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Wait, SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Slang, Kira. Yeah. Like Elena is endgame in Ruina? Yeah, I kinda assume, considering that she's a blood fiend, and like, I'm assuming a very powerful one. Considering that she has that same thing going on with that Cassetti does, where like the blood starts pouring out of her face. So I'm assuming that she has eaten a lot, enough to be that strong. An autism, Kira, clashes with another autism, Ryoshu. Honestly, I agree with Ryoshu being autistic. That makes a lot of sense. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This is, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. You do not put Cassetti equal and Elena in one sentence. I'm just saying, like, if Cassetti was just like a 6 kindred and was that strong because he had drank a lot of blood, I would assume Elena, who is probably worth her salt, is way stronger. Wait, I just realized I can sound kind of rude. I didn't mean to sound rude, by the way. I apologize if I sounded angry. I was trying to make myself sound firm. Cassetti is scrub level compared to an endgame Bloodfiend, no? Yeah, definitely. Like, Cassetti was just a 6 kindred, right? So he's really not... So even though he's, like, really strong because of all the blood that he drank, he's not impressive in comparison to Dulcinea or Nicolina or fuck, Don Quixote. It only took one Limbus company team to beat Cassetti. Elena required a 1+ color fixer to defeat? Jeez. That's saying a lot, actually. Worth her salt. Mercil. Yeah, I'm assuming that, like, Elena is either, like, 2nd or 1st kindred. Probably 2nd. I feel like if they're going to make someone a 1st kindred, they would make them have a significant name, like Tepesh. Morsel. Also, color fixer equals color fixer ID. Tapping away at his device, Alan addresses us in an amicable smile. He seems totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those FURRIES won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying that more might come? The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those FURRIES beasts have endured as long as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've gotten that much history, they must have known many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Oh. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to worry yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is likely they would have moved on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even the FURRIES Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all of the back doors related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This doesn't mean they're equal. IDs are mostly weaker than their counterparts. True. The closest color we have is Larpsong. Yeah. Furioso Larpica. Yeah. I am brand new to both LopCorp and Ruina, so I am no longer a LARPer. Yeah, I just personally need to play Library. But I have a lot of stuff to do before that. Gebra low-key fine as hell? Nah, high-key. I'm not even into her, but I can see why so many people are down bad for her. I'm a very picky bisexual. You can tell by my Limbus Smasher Pass video. There's no 100% confirmed kindred for Elena, but a lot of people think she's second kindred? Oh. Then my assumptions are correct. They'll wonder what family she's from. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault?
Luke says crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I. Dang, so Elena is Don Quixote level? Yeah, Don Quixote had a lot of stuff going on with him. Because, like, he was holding back a lot. He was holding back and he was also blood-starved. Well, that's almost spoiler territory. Do your own research. Well, the Don Quixote we fought was weakened as hell, so... yeah. Buy to increase options, but then higher your standards. I see what game you're playing. Ryoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Oh, Haria's in the scabbard. I mean, I knew since I finished the thing, because, like, she had to be somewhere. Like, the implication that the scabbard just suddenly appeared, it couldn't just be Dante's power. Especially with Aria just suddenly disappearing as well. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memories of Aria? Ryoshu, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Which is it? I don't know what she's talking about. Kanto 9 made me shed a tear, Haiki. Yeah, it also made me cry. Like, fuck. It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. Ah, SS. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, team leader Alan. Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility that should prove more than adequate. Seeing Moody cry was something, not in a bad way. Yeah. God, I want to kiss her so badly. Oh, more reading! No! Oh. No game got me this emotional unless it's Rage, in which Valorant and League of Legends takes the cake. Yeah, I feel you. Don Quixote and Elena don't have much of a power gap, from my opinion. If we are going to power scale with fighting stats, then a training dummy is stronger than the Earl King Heath and all other Kanto bosses before 8th Kanto. But if I'm gonna take the stats for real Elena, is probably more power than Don Q. Comparing stats to Kanto 9, Verg, and calculating the fixer power level. Yeah, personally, I feel like stats are a flawed way of viewing a character's strength. In the end, they're just numbers. And Limbus has only started using, like, high level to describe the strength of an enemy, like, only very recently. I think it was around Kanto 7 that they actually use stats to be like, hey, this guy is very strong, whoa. But, so every other time before then wouldn't apply. So personally, I think utilizing like a character's level is kind of flawed to determine the strength of a character. Because, like you said, Heizi, that would mean, like, a training dummy is stronger than the Earl King, which wouldn't make sense. I also think that Virgilius is on the lower end of the color fixer strength chart. Okay. Hey, yo, Matthias Otis got me feeling things. Same. Only game that made me kinda emotional was Legends of ZA. if there were games that made me emotional, it's definitely Slay the Princess and Neo 2. Both of those games are, like, definitely hit me where it hurts. Hits me right in the feels. Comparing stats from different games are quite hard to do accurately. That's also very true, because once again, stats are just there for balancing the gameplay. So, like, it's not a fair assessment, you know? Alright, to the next thing. Compare the average rat from Ruina to a rat in Limbus. Their stats aren't much similar. I compared Don to vary from Kanto 9 to Verg Kanto 9. I shed a tear for a shattered cube before. That sounds familiar, but I don't know what it was. If you know, what GSAB, if you know what I mean. Honheim brought us... Fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some more water. The reading in this segment is a lot harsher than the previous ones. But then again, like, they have to go over a lot of stuff that happened after Kanto 9, so it makes sense. I'm sleepy, I can't think straight. Oh no. Maybe you should rest? I think that my color fixer ID that I made is pretty accurate to color fixer ID level. Oh wait, fuck, that is not color fixer. That is color fixer level. If I were into men, Heath would be pretty charming. Like, he's so loyal to... Who was he loyal to again? I forgot. Yeah. Honestly, I did put him on Smash in the Limbus Smasher Pass video. I'm gonna keep advertising that video. I go eat then? Alright, sleep well, Heizi. Have a wonderful night. But don't forget, Yes? I'll hit you with my car. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Honheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. Wait, what? It didn't... Oh, okay. It is intended for additional backroom investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as A spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now. At the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know how, or why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryosho. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryosho and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Vespa! Despite Limbus Company not having that much goon, some people are down and bad cataclysmic for characters, which means they really do like the characters because of the personality, which is nice. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I feel like the way Limbus did their characters, it felt like, how do I say it? My mind's not working properly right now. Like, it felt like genuine when they create these characters. And when they want to make them hot, they know that, you know, it's not just cleavage or ass that's going to convince people. It's going to be like, you know, the way that they wear their outfits, the way their expressions are, the way that they act. You know, like the characters are more charming. It's more about like their actual character than just their body. Their body comes second for most of the fans. And Dawn and Ishmael and Faust? Otis. Otis. The characters are charming once you get to know them. Yeah. It was Vespo Crabral, with a piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Cat on snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate 'em all up. Sorry, but I think there... Wait. Sorry, but I think there has been some misunderstanding. Ferg, kick his ass. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon. Charon's super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. Aww. They're so freaking cute. Who allowed this? I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Hold on. I'm screenshotting this. What? I want to make this an edit. Unlike gachas that sell characters through eye candy, like, ooh, cleavage and ass. Buy the character now. Vespa. Yeah.
Remember Catherine says, did Karen put a fucking kick me note on Vespa's back lamau?
I mean, something similar to the effect. It's more so like a shame, snack thief, shame, 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 ding ding, shame. But yeah, it's very funny. It's me. It's you. Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Oh, now you go by Sarah the Earth Mover. Karen would solo them both if she wanted to. Truly. Also, welcome to the stream, real LCB Sinner Ryoshu. Glad to have you here. Vespa, Rodion, and Ezra Gluttony competition. God, I don't know who would win. I feel like Vespa would go third place, though. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Earth Mover, Earth Mover. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off of another plate and stuffing it in his mouth. Oh, wait a minute. I was saving that for later. I assume you were being picky. Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Ah, he took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget is allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE's supplies as well. Chill. That's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that. And this is this. The lines of Virgilius's brows look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Yes, where's Bob? Bob was here earlier, but he seemed to have left. Runa reference? Oh, is it? Cool. I love Rodion so much. Me too. Vespa can't keep his mouth closed. Truly. I love the color fixer and his adorable autistic daughter. Me too. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited access to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for researchers. Even Sonio said only a select few people could perceive it. Wait, how do you know that? Huh? I might need to read through Kanto 2 again, because I do not remember Sonia saying anything like that. put a clinker against Sinclair and watch him activate his racism mode and turn into a certain Sinclair again? True. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable reference exists. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean the people like Demian and Sanson? Wait, how do we know that Sanson's had a sign? What? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some super powerful future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? Wait, does Sonya have a sign? I don't remember anything like that. Sanson was blue, no? Like Demian? I don't remember. Kinda unfair for Callisto to face off against Giga Clinker racist that has buff against Clinkers, truly. That's how I connect them? Yeah, but I didn't assume that, like, every member of, like, Demian's group had the sign. But yeah, I'm wondering what's going on with Sonya. God, maybe I need to read through Kanto 2 again. I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. Yeah, it's bad when Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then, right, Sinclair from the future said signs carry a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson's dragging us into his story, those could be it. Nah, that's definitely Mong what Demian was using. Aye, that doth seem implausible. So none of that information is, we can confirm yet. Correct. As you stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be unnecessary response at the present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Sonya should back down. Rhodia is mine. Yeah, honestly. If Demian used Mong, then his Mong must be powerful enough to blow off Cromer's upper half like that. I mean, something about Demian gives me the vibe that he's a lot stronger than we think. Oh, that bit about the sign, maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be invalidated. I see. Then nothing can come out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm just kidding. Just trying to... Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought of a joke to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood. small skin camp. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they also and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensation you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't think they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, before my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which came first? The chicken or the egg? Because Sinclair is a bird! Symbolism. All I know about Demian and Sinclair in the books is that Demian's love interest was Demian's mom. I believe Sinclair was so gay for Demian, it went loop to being attracted to the female version of Demian, his mom. Yeah, I've heard about something like that. I find that quite strange, but alright. I mean, this is probably like a very old-timey book. I feel like being into someone's mom is not the weirdest thing. Around that time period, specifically. A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the... Dude, by the time... I feel like by the time I finish stream, it's gonna be like... I've only done like 2 fights. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, to diminish, to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the place that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not certainly, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only Yulon understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some parts of him got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off some tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off Prophet out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some teaching technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing that they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that hang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A whole lot of them are fingers, ain't they? The notion seemed to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? I hate my past self for not being open-minded. I was honestly blinded by conservative ideas, and I love knowing cool people who are different. We're all kind of gay at the end of the day. Yay. Rumors? They circulated among Elite Fixers Association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among Fixers, sayst thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That Super Rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with the shiny manga wrapped around his weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Methy, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users God, we're gonna be here forever. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as a reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prothesis and augmentation. And depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels compared to the ego you use. You mean to say that it takes a toll upon the mind? I can walk with you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for the considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use out of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, every sinner Yisong's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Wait. Even if I were to exaggerate, even sinner Yisong's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Well, why must this self of mine be chosen as a point of comparison? Aww. Poor Yisong. I'm sorry, Yisong. You definitely held everybody back. Dude's tuberculosis has brought down everyone's power level by a considerable degree. Oh, and Sinclair, but, you know, mostly Yisong. The Yellow Harpoon? Zero Aura title? Yeah. It really is. Chime changed his title to Baby B? 999 Aura? True. Bobby, we can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. You can be a bee. You'll be a pet. A pet? A pet. Mark, this is good news. You'll live for 30 years. This is insane! Should be something bees related. The guy's name is literally the scientific name of one. The yellow sting? I don't know. The yellow spear, the yellow sting, the yellow needle. Here Moody goes again, reciting a meme from months ago perfectly. Yeah, I really can do that. The gold sting. That actually sounds good. Well, 'cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume its power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by a contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Yeah, I've been hearing people discuss this. Like the sinners can't use Mong for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. The Amber Spear, maybe? Yeah, Amber might work. Hell no, what is that freaky anime protagonist haircut? Appearance, white chocolate color skin? Are you talking about Virgilius? Yeah, he's just built like that. Welcome to Limbus Company. Everyone's like a weird shade of gray. The mirror world cucked them from obtaining Mong. Oh. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Moody ignoring me and Cassie's shenanigans. I don't want to get involved. This ain't a gray government for no reason, but shh. Everyone got Mong except for the sinners. Oof, yeah. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure one of the middle nurse father's, like, moves literally said, like, I don't need any fancy shit like Shin or Mong. I just need to harness the power of my tattoos and grit my teeth. Which, honestly, so fucking based of Matthias. Because, like, I always get worried about the concept of Shin and Mong and the idea that it might be everywhere. Because, like, you know, I feel like it kind of circumvents everything else, like ego gear or prosthetics and whatnot, or tattoos. So it's nice that there's like a balance, like the power system in this universe is very balanced in a way. My grandma got Mong. I also have Mong. Check this out. Wait, shit. I don't think I have anything that can give me the golden knife. Or not the golden knife, the knife with the Mong. They fear us, Lou. We must push this advantage and threaten them for treats. Oh no. Matthias based for not wanting the fancy Mong and Shin. Not base for cutting Kira in half, though. Yeah. Papa... Alright, I'm gonna continue on. Papa never taught me how to use it. He's always said I could get stronger without a crutch like that. Huh. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Aww. Vespa's response always comes back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she couldn't find the right words to push back. Damn, Vespa dissing the guy, yeah. Either way, she held her tongue. Her expression settled into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. Why Vespa built like a yaoi man? I don't know. Yeah, Vespa is definitely like eye candy in comparison to all the other like male characters. Like, dude's wearing a skin tight suit that's just like showing every single defined muscle on his body. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. Yaoi men look like Vespa? True. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could agree with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together, not contesting that decision. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Threatening a child as expected of the Red Fraud. Yeah, the only child he cares about is his daughter. Leaving Kira alone with her own thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own businesses, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around the LCE. God, my gassiness is getting really bad. Snacks. We just know. Oh, that's my girl Rhodia? Yeah. The examination is concluded. Family first, Torletto. I suppose it wouldn't be an issue to let you hear the results. I suppose it wouldn't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Oh, God, that was a long-ass fucking node. God, I feel like I've been there for like 30 minutes. Oh, and there's more story. I'm giving my throat a wait, hold on. It's like 3:59. There's more reading to come. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna wait until it becomes 4 o'clock. I want to give myself a break from reading. Woody, what happened with the furry of the thumbnail? Yeah, I just thought it would be really funny if I make myself have a furry mask. Because, this little, like, in-between chapter that we have, we're fighting against the Ring. Now, the Ring is a crime syndicate that focuses a lot on art. And there's multiple different versions of the Ring. Because they branch out into different things. And the one we're facing off against focuses on Fauvism. Which means that, hold on, let me show an example. Which means they... Oh, wrong one. Which means they focus more on taxidermy and, like, combining themselves with animal parts. Hold on, there's another one I can show. Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, wait, I can't switch the art. Yeah, they work on taxidermy, combine themselves. This person's a furry right now. And they also combine themselves with multiple animals as well. Therians? What about Therians? I don't know what those are. Take a break, check the Discord. Alright. Let's see what goes on in Discord. Hatsune Miku. Yuri! The Yuri has arrived. Hold on. More Yuri. Yuffie, you can't read. Yeah. Oh hey, it's that video. I think I seen this one. The one with like multiple portraits. And like, you know, and then there would be a portrait on the side. And that would lead to people wanting to turn their neck, and that makes it exposed. Wow. Have I joined Discord? I forgot. Did I misspell? You didn't misspell. It's just that I couldn't get Streamlabs to work with it. Hooray. I gotta know the name of that idol. Purple Utau. Utau. It's in all caps. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Utauloids. Let's see. I wanted to see. Okay, her name is Utane. Okay, so her name is Uta. That's cute. Oh my. Readachi. Tesukone. Teto. Okay. Yeah, Moody, you're based for being able to remember that off of a thumbnail? Wait, what? What am I talking about? Are we talking about the... There? I can barely remember what the last 4 weeks were on my For You page. Yeah, sometimes it happens to me too. I'd recommend omega-3s for, or omega-3 pills for good memory. Oh my goodness gracious. Truly. Later, gang. Dang, I'm just seeing more Yuri. Hold on, now I'm curious. What are Therians? I feel like I looked up Therians before. Or heard about them. Who identified... Therians, also known as Therianthropes, are individuals who identify as one or more non-human animals, particularly or entirely on a personal level, which they call their stereotypes. Oh, okay. Yeah, but they're a lot more extreme because they literally stitch the taxidermy to themselves. Like, this guy's working on his new arm. And like this one, she's about to put on a new mask to like make herself a wolf. Yeah, their art revolves around like what draws the line between humanity and beast, which I find quite interesting. Yeah, the ring has a lot of different members. Hold on, let me show a couple of them. No, that's bleed, tremor. Okay. For example, we got pointillism, which are based around like stabbing, using a paintbrush to just stab people and make works of art from the blood. And then you got corpism, I think that's what it is, which, you know, basically turns a body's corpse into art. And this one right here turned himself into a cyborg so that he could use his own body to turn into a weapon. So yeah, the ring is quite interesting, not gonna lie. Most people call her Defoco though? Why Defoco? I want to see if there's more. Flower Lily, what are you wearing? Oh my god, she looks so... Aqua looks so fucking cute with the manifested ego. And Flowery just looks way more annoying now. I've taken my meds, but I'm still sad. I wonder if Chris will hop on Roblox with me. Yeah, I'd be like that sometimes. Alright, so it's currently 4 o'clock, so I think I'm gonna, like, do at least one other mission because I am itching to just fight something. That seems good. Should I try my bleed team? I don't know. Actually, I kind of want to try...
그래, 후회하지 않게 해주지.
I want to try Kudokumo again. Kudokumo, no one has Kudokumo. People stop caring about Kudokumo. That sucks. This sucks. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Okay, seriously, no one has Kudokumo. Alright, well, I'm just gonna take you out and then... I guess I'll get myself the Faust.
왕의 행진이다.
Therians and Favis are very different. Aren't Therians like humans with animal parts, and Favis are like people who stitch animal parts to themselves? I don't know. I am a fool who knows nothing. Alright. And they're like, not exactly sure, but they are spiritually animal and an animal and not a human. Some people say that they're part of the LGBTQ. I don't really know, but if they aren't already equal, I don't mind. I don't know. I feel like this is different from like what LGBT stands for, but you know, oh well. I mean, a lot of LGBTQ people are furries, so I don't think I care that much.
가뜩이나 신경 쓸 게 많을 이곳에서
I couldn't even get any Kuro clan units. I only have Kuro Ishmael. Yeah, I do have a couple of Kuro Kumo characters, but it's only like Honglu, Rodion. I think that's it. Yeah, Honglu, Rodion, and Ishmael. And I feel like Ishmael feels kind of naked without Heathcliff, not gonna lie. Ayúdame. Wait, hold up. We need the bleed count. A fool who knows nothing or of something no one else knows nothing. Oh, is she naked? Where? Honestly, I want to know too. Oh no.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
I kind of hope that I get Faust for my free ticket. Oh shit.
저기 보여? 아무리 봐도 엄청 위험해 보이는데. 아, 내가 숨을 곳 알려줄까?
God damn. Don Quixote can't roll for shit. Is it because my characters are too low level? I mean, they are level 57. Jesus. Yeah, maybe I should have swapped to something else.
클리포트 억지력을 약화시켰어. 이건 어쩔 수 없는 거야, 관리자님. 엔젤라님의
영감이 떠올랐어요.
나는 되도록
You were favored. Okay, you know what?
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니
Yeah, my bleed team is still
너희의
not good.
연결된 끈
Yeah,
생각한 것보다 더 질길 걸.
파우스트는 그저 당신과 친해지고 싶었을 뿐이었는데 이렇게
My bleed team is heavily flawed, not gonna lie. Well, I'm gonna continue reading. I'm not looking forward to it because I know this is gonna take a million years. To present the conclusion, first, no, the notion of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Yoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. Your bleed sucks. Gotta go. Going out for a walk? Have fun, Moody. Have fun, remember, Catherine. Have a wonderful day or night. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body, corporeal, even in supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even the infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? You didn't need to say that much, Hohenheim. I get it. You're fancy with the thesaurus. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off, clamping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on the food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks has long stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they had been listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu. Faust, Don Quixote, and Ryoshu and I have been checking where the back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the parallel workings of the prisoner of war so liable to betray. There Otis comes in with the whole betray again. Makes me wonder what kind of person she is. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keeled over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found its closure. I don't think I can help much wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Okay, that was a lot shorter than I thought. Though, I really need to go to the restroom. I will be back in a bit. I have returned. How are y'all? How you doing? Leaving me unattended is a very bad idea. I started talking about tits. Oh wow. Cool. Did you have fun? Boobies? Oh my god. No way. Like the blue-footed boobies? Funny enough, I'm about to make that joke in the Deltarune video. Hopefully I can get it uploaded up by Saturday. Or Friday. Whichever works for me. Alright. Middle.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
Oh wait.
돼가.
Shit, I forgot to change Mercel. Deltarune in 2 to 3 tomorrows? Yes. Ah, you arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors? Yep. That door over there. Pretty sure it's connected to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina go in, all hyped up about some canned whatever it was. And the wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa would go there to cross out vengeances. From what the book says, it's probably a turf protected by a Thumb's subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even just about the door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she'd change her mind about cooperating with us. It could be Hohenheim that convinced her. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guards down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Aria? Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah. Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is, judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every sod walking ear is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Here comes the crying again? Oh no. I also remember that this note is called Saru, right? So it's about the dog. The walk past Ryoshu... the walk past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory. And the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Oh. Damn, that actually kind of makes it worse. Because, like, I just assumed that Saru died as a puppy, but apparently it grew up with that stabbing wound within it. Sorry, it hurts a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected into a park. We can go right now. No. Yeah. God, the way the nurse fathers treat Ryoshu is so fucking cruel. Like, goddamn. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, clock. Who said you can show my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who can see the visions of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys are zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Well, I think it only applied to Lindayu because Lindayu was close to Honglu. So there was no way for... So if it was someone else, they wouldn't have seen Honglu's memories. Also, by the way, Ryoshu said I should have done my homework sooner. It means that the House of Spiders used the spiral layout on Saru a lot. Oh no. Like a lot more than once. Those fuckers. Jeez. Yeah, now that I think about it, the bandage was a lot bigger. Like, covering Saru's entire body. Ah. God, I fucking hate the Nurse Fathers. Except for Callisto. Then again, unlike how it was with Lindayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu, so it makes sense. Yeah, I just said that. Wow. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed. My one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment. With a spiral driven through her. Oh. Fuck. The first ever leash. Linking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be borne? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragmented memory, Heathcliff looks utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. Honestly, Callisto was probably just trying to be considerate, knowing him, but unfortunately, I feel like Callisto struggles to understand other people. That's why, even though I say he's the best nurse father, he's still not a good one. He was probably thinking, like, end the suffering and create a weapon that holds the memory of Saru. Callisto just made a knife out of Saru. A Saru that cried with each swing. Yeah, that was probably the biggest flaw of it. Like, why make it whine? I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Tonto was alive. Okay, never mind. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like ornaments. They'd stare at me in accusation, the tiny heart beat as though it was quaking in fear. Why, why the fuck? I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with these writers, but they're really good at creating cruelty. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing, then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. People thought Callisto was too non-messed up to be Nurse Father, so they fixed that. Yeah. Everyone was just like, oh, he's not that bad. And then they're just like, okay, we gotta make people believe that Callisto is that bad. You're telling me he's one of the least bad? Oh yeah, he's the least bad. Let's see, you got Valencina, who is an abuser. Literally a drunk abuser. Throws bottles at her. You got the Pinky Nurse Father, who vocally abuses her. And emotionally, like, damages her. You got Rien, who is very, very passive. And as a result, like, whenever something bad is gonna happen to Ryoshi, he just doesn't do anything. And then there's Matthias, who is a neglector. So yeah, Callisto is the least bad. Which I'm going into that game and murder all those Nurse Fathers. Yeah. Like, goddamn. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside of I can't speak anymore. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her Nurse Fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one who never expects the understanding of others. Yeah, this is exactly why I think Callisto is still the best one, even after what I just heard, because Ryoshu looks after this whole art stuff. Like, if I were to see Ryoshu become any member of the Finger, she would most likely be a ring member. Because of Callisto. The uncanny, the horrible. There's beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the house of spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing worth checking around here anyways. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of clothing, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh no! Oh, I didn't read. Mommy. What's wrong? Oh, over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Wait. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, so you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Arya, but it'd never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Arya. The sensation and emotion what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together. The soft rattle Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Oh shit. Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Dost thou say that thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we can pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Yeah, it's probably the latter. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, there are little value to our companies, watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. Wash Robo-Unk? True. Poor Robo-Unk. Furries, furries! But imagine how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. Oh, wow. Whoa, whoa. That was a crazy burp. Jesus, what the hell was that? That was... Fuck. That was me letting out my demons. Oh yeah. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we have another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Oh, right.
언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할 거야.
Oh, this is no bueno. I will try my best with this.
그래, 내가 왔다.
아르카나 빛! 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 가겠어.
God. My hair coupons is so fucking good.
짜증나게.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸내.
신개팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
Oh, you know something that I just realized? They don't say anything when they've been pulled from the Malkuth, or whatever the ability is called.
목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
It's quite interesting.
만만찮겠군.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장 장관 벗겨야겠군.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
The demon's trying to leave Moody's body. Makes sense? Yeah. Wait, ugh. Oh man.
좋아, 한 줄 주워주지.
Yeah, though I really need to get that checked out, like, or not checked out, just like get medicine to deal with it.
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Oh shit. It's gotten quiet. Oh wait, never mind.
손가락 안에서도 네로라는 실력자.
I thought Heathcliff's music was playing.
혹은 더 대단한 기술이 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
바로 그거다 딸내.
의식 불명.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
샤리, 가자.
Whew! Holy shit.
이 정도쯤은
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나.
1, 2, 5.
그래. 내가 왔다.
바로 그거다 딸래.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
나가봐. 의식 불명. 좋아. 한 줄 지워주지.
제압 계획의 금도 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데. 커피가 결국 식었네.
Yeah, kick his ass, Mercel. You got this. I believe in you.
그래 더 키워.
이제
장난이 길었고. 하! 장난. 사냥이다.
Alright.
상부를 펼칠 것도 없겠고.
Man, middle is so fun.
바로 그거다 딸래.
Oh.
또 멋지게
fuck.
해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어. 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Yoshu kept glancing around, as if searching for someone. But fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right. But where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of the Sogs legging it in from the back like they were lurking somewhere else? I don't know. According to the tracking records, tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? Where precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. Aww. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of the corridors and all of the connection and loci. Your cooperation will be... Kira seems to hesitate, gnawing at her nails, as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it, like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. But I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as my home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the middle.
마침내 돌아왔구나.
My special hair coupons!
그래서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질 않았지. 이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어.
Oh boy, school!
오늘은 이
Yay! There's gonna be something school related. Oh no. I know what this is. And this will be very no bueno. No, I don't want to go to school. I don't even go to school anymore. I guess I could try my burn team. Oh, but we can't use Gregor. I'm sad. Fuck. I hate it here. It's the school arc? Yeah, it's the school arc. Also, welcome to the stream, Heyaka. Glad to have you here. I don't know what team I want to use. Because if I use any of these teams, I lose out on Gregor, and it makes me sad. We need a Moody Burp compilation at this point. I don't know, man. Okay. Let's see. Get rid of y'all. Remove you, put you in. Also, if you guys are wondering why my order was so weird for syncing, it's because it was because of the fight with the
준비는 끝냈어요.
잠수 준비 끝.
fuck. Oh, the fight with the scissor girl. Yeah, I couldn't use Aroma Ryoshu because she would just shoot everybody and then she would die. Anyways, good night. Good night, Lou. Sleep well. I've been watching the other streams, but forgot to comment. Oh, it's all good. Thank you for being there anyway. The heck? They swiped everything that was nailed down, huh? Fret not. I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and the family couch set used to be. I gotta know, stay safe, it was nice. Alright, see you later, Basil. Have a wonderful day or night. Oh, those LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sounds of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. That is kind of cruel, not gonna lie. I mean, I guess it's not really cruel, like, not intentionally so, because they weren't considering, like, Kira caring, but yeah. As for the leather and the other ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd be more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyways, I'll tell you about what I know. So come this way if you want. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V Corp. V Corp back streets where V Corp. I think this is the first time I've heard of V Corp. Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job, identifying where each Wayfarer company had asked us to explore the lead. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, We cracked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seem to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning a knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer's company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services it also costs a pretty penny to keep a secure path. Well, secure. Jeez. I'd say operating costs is on a rather. Ow! I bit my tongue. Ow. I'd say operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job, thanks to the help of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Well then, let's take the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira through the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled up the tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. Hello, Jade Takibi. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the muffins. Ah, gato. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's Giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? In it. That port ship that has Salon de Mollet. The private hair salon. Oh my god, is Heathcliff gonna use the fucking hair coupons on this place? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh wait, no, never mind. He's probably scared of Ricardo. That's probably what it is. Ooh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me in now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back to the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that the punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupon to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Server and Limbus slot. I'm slowly adding Limbus to D&D. Nice. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. Ah, bugger it. I ain't even gotten a spruce to anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at that Mole place, Papa and me. Papa and I would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about? All excited. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffled a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me. So why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Oh. Poor Kira. I know what her issue is. It's that she feels she probably doesn't have anyone else that she would call a parental figure. So she's feeling conflicted emotions. Like, yeah, her dad cared about her in a way, but she didn't understand the way Matthias cares about her is different from how a parent would actually care. And the fact that the middle members are trying to get her out of there implies that this isn't the first time he's done terrible things like that. Matthias gave you that unesthetic bowl cut? The heck's a BC bowl cut? Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira's correcting her acronym. Oh. Ryoshu's feeling nostalgic over Aria. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations become reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. Your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager. She has one less tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first. But the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. Sorry, there's something so funny about, like, the way that their height differences are. Just, like, you just made little stairs out of them. Shin and Mong are feats. I'm going to make more items, eventually 2 classes, Fixer and Blood Fiend Mastery, and make backgrounds for a few corpse. Ooh, nice. That's pretty cool. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Oh, not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Damn. God, I just read a comic about this. Where, like, I just read a comic about, like, Kira watching a cartoon, and then, like, she wants to show Matthias, and then Matthias going, oh man, they still run this? Yoshihide used to watch shit all the time, and it's like, ah, fuck. For eternity I toil. Oof. I hope that eternity ends. Or that eternity brings good fortune. Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about. Even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at the school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, so that in that video, so I'm pretty sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. Oh hey, U-Corp Hair Salon? Yeah, it's the U-Corp Hair Salon. Woo! Also, welcome to Shingun Champion 69. Glad to have you here. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eye. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institute that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Perchance it'd be an academy, not a school. Oh, wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. would you later find our unique style of homeschooling to have much more enlightening, been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formal educational system? Oh wait, you would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But, Dad, I saw him in the picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rien. Oh, Rien, and his pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I shall register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit and inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. Imagine they put her on a sports school instead. Oh yeah, that would be crazy. Dude, she would just pass with flying colors. Like, she would just be way too fast and strong. Kids being trained by the nurse fathers. She would destroy them in basketball, football, soccer. Maybe not rugby. I don't know if her frame can handle rugby. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Ryoshu at soccer would be fucking peak? Yeah, honestly. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, and all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporeous techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporeous stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what's the point of this slog. This slog is tying and shaping blood vessels to make color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. Yeah, it's gory, but It's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad cause your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums a kid of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh, man. Must have been rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah. They keep saying dumb stuff about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hurt you anywhere, did they, buddy? Oh, my cheek, but it's okay. I punched them like this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know. Just some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy will be home before you know it. Oh boy, I know where this is leading. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty snods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Huh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring's bastard tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah. And are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. Oh. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under the control. In that case, pursuant to Title II, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Oh. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. Damn. You know, this is also the first time I've seen one nurse father actively get angry over another, like over a thing that's over a misdeed that happened to Ryoshu. So I am still down to say that he's the least bad. But man, this sucks. Callisto just wants Yoshihide to be taught stuff at school. Grade 9 fixers and grade 9 fixers. Oof. Yeah. So depressing, honestly. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. The 9-year-old saying I don't need friends? Yeah, because... oh. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about things I held dear. Because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do remember I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. Oh. The scabbard, which has been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. Matthias just fucking slaughtered a bunch of grade 1s. That's gotta be his greatest feat yet. Yeah, truly. Limbus has its ways to keep you in this hell of feels. Yeah, true. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. Oh. The scabbard that was once Aria. A memory of it without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Aria's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. See, even Otis agrees with me. Huh, yeah. Didn't know Robounk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of Dude, we were just talking about how he's like, oh, he's the least bad, and then Ryoshi's like, oh yeah, here's another bad thing that he did right after we're like, you know, he's not that bad. He's like, she's like, I made. It's like everyone's just like, he's not that bad, and then Ryoshi's like, he made me a sword out of my dog, and it was still alive and whimpering. Like, fuck. A snowman made of heads. Holy shit. The kindest. Father of the year. Yeah. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Oh, man. You know, this is exactly, like, how I'm seeing Callisto, though. Because, like, he cares, but he just doesn't have the compassion to understand. He doesn't have the ability to know exactly what to do to make someone feel better. His main instinct is like, okay, I'll just do the type of art I usually do to cheer my daughter up. But that doesn't help because you know, it's just gore at this point. It's more trauma for her. Or, yeah. Like, he cares, but he just doesn't know how to show, like, he doesn't know how to help. He doesn't know how to understand. Threaded into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it! That ain't it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Oh boy, it's the ring again. The kindest doesn't mean he's actually good. Yeah. That's why I say that while he is the best, he's still a shitty dad. My dearest daughter, I know that brute of the middle ruined your education, so I have fixed it in the most beautiful way possible. The art even breathes, so it's like you're back at class. Exactly. That's honestly exactly. That's probably his thought process. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. FURRIES, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the FURRIES scale. However, various evidence such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making irregular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys! Stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you guys know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle, protected turf. Cause a scene, and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Good information. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give yourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy. Executive Manager. Wait. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there is no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Now excuse me, I have never seen this teal before. Good idea? Yeah. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to the newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage with the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Why do I find you in YouTube Shorts? I don't know. Why do you find me in YouTube Shorts? Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Speaking of which, I need to make more YouTube Shorts. I'm really bad at it, and it's like the best way to like get attention. Woof, woof. Also, welcome to the stream, Silicon Murmur. Glad to have you here. It wasn't long before the FURRIES began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing. Well, it can't be helped. Welcome back, Cassidy. I learned about what Matthias did to the school. It was terrible. My tummy just had an attack from the macaroni I ate. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope your tummy feel better.
곤란하네. 나는 어떤 사람과도 잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든. 관리자님과 희희낙락하면서 지내는 건 내게도 버겁다고.
하고될 시간이다. 잔우에.
하야.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼 직원들을 사지로 내몰진 않네.
I wonder what they're exactly going to give us for the ring book arc. Cause like it's either gonna be, cause I was thinking that it's either going to be like the bird ring FURRIES, or maybe it would be the Blood Fiend ring member that they mentioned before.
하고될 시간이다. 잔우에.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든
Man.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 엄마였어도.
Oh, hey, Kira.
춤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
제약 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
짜증나게.
Damn.
쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데. 이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도
Alright.
직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 법이지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 한상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있잖아.
I miss Lamp Gregor. Not gonna lie.
신계 틈에서 다
불청기 찌그러져 있도.
멀쩡한 장비가 남아 있었나?
What IDs would you recommend for beating Yinglong? I'm kind of stuck on it because I don't know what IDs I should be using. I don't think I'm quite the expert for to give you advice against Yinglong. I used Heishos, but I don't know how effective they really are, since I did have a lot of difficulty with the boss anyway.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 지령에 따라 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Though I had a whole team of Heishos, and Heishos aren't available to, like, get in Season 7, is this? Is this what it is? So, like, getting the IDs that you would need would be difficult. Alright, thanks anyway. Shit.
관리자님도 참 너무하네. 직원이 저 지경이 됐다는 걸 내 입으로 말해줘야지만 눈치채는 거야?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Oh man. God, I fucking love Wild Hunt Heathcliff.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
Wow.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 흙속에 파묻혀. 너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 오겠어. 불청객은 찌그러져 있어. 색깔 정리하겠어. 지옥색 피아노. 뜨겁지 않은 것들 모조리 치워버리고.
클리프트 억지력을 조금
달릴 시간이다.
내가 말했지.
사고될
독재팀은
시간이
나름대로 바뀐
잔무에.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Alright.
예전보다 많이
Hooray.
나아졌다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지.
Alright.
다시
Well, I think it's getting pretty late for me. These story segments take a long time, so I don't think I can continue another thing. So I think I'm gonna call stream off for today. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Today has been quite eventful. Well, not as eventful as I thought it would be, but, well, actually, no, a lot more eventful than I thought. We get to learn a lot more about the stories of other characters. A lot more about Ryoshu's past has been unveiled. Kira's dealing with the problems of, like, what happened, everything that has happened to her. And also, like, the Ring Favas are trying to go after us. And also, there is a chance Aria will come back eventually, as she is within the scabbard. You did a lot of stuff, I think. I only really did like 3 combat nodes, so I wouldn't say a lot. But yeah. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys have a wonderful day or night, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace. Gato. Tylenol consumer. Welcome to the stream, even though I am leaving.